thought Zachary'd be here.
He is here.
Is he? Okay. Oh, I see. I see him, yeah.
I need my packet. Thank you. I had so much paper in front of me.
Let's do it. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Like where you get to sit down, then we'll. Time is approximately 6 p.m. and the August 10th, 2023 Farragut Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting will now begin. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and online. I want to thank you for your presence at tonight's Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. My name is Ronald Williams, the fourth elected mayor of the town of Farragut. We appreciate that each of you has taken the time from your busy schedules to either attend or view tonight's meeting to see how our town government works. All Farragut Board, Mayor, and Alderman meetings are public notice per Tennessee state law. Our meetings can be seen live on Charter Channel 193 and on TDS Channel 3, as well as the Farragut YouTube channel and our website. All board meetings are recorded and can be reviewed at a later date on the mentioned locations. If you're in attendance, you should be able to pick up a copy of tonight's agenda at the door when you come in tonight. If you were not able to attend tonight and are viewing from home, then the agenda is available online at our website. For those in attendance that would like to speak, please pick up a blue card at the door and write your name and address and the agenda item on the card and turn it in to the town recorder right down front here on the left. There will also be time reserved at the end of the meeting for citizens' forum comments on non-agenda subject items, which also requires that you fill out a blue card where citizen comments is the time you wish to speak. On each agenda item, the mayor will ask the town recorder for the residents' input. During this time, any Farragut resident wishing to speak to the board at that specific agenda item may do so for up to 5 minutes. After being recognized by the mayor, please go to the podium microphone on my right in order to be viewed and heard by all. To conduct efficient and business-like meetings, the town has adopted rules for how its meetings will be conducted. Primarily, these rules are designed to keep the meeting moving, assure that all points of view are heard and considered, and to provide common courtesy to everyone. We ask that you observe the established meeting rules when addressing the board. At the beginning of your presentation, please state your name and address for the record, because this is televised. We ask that you address all of your questions to the mayor, or in his absence, the vice mayor. Do not direct your questions at the alderman or the staff members. If necessary, the mayor may call on an alderman or a staff member concerning your question or comments. Once you have given your input, please return to your seat so we can continue. We ask that every speaker avoid the use of improper language, profanity, or other inappropriate conduct and address issues, not individuals or personalities with malicious content. Speakers should strive to avoid redundancy and should have their own original viewpoints. We ask that you also stay on topic of that particular agenda item. We're here tonight doing the people's business, and it is a very important responsibility for all of us. Meeting call to order. We will start tonight's meeting by asking the recording secretary for a roll call for a quorum. Afterwards, I would ask that we all stand for tonight's prayer, which will be given by Alderman Drew Burnett, and he will also be leading the Pledge of Allegiance to our country's flag.
Alderman Burnett.
Yes.
Alderman Meyer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Poblin. Here. Alderman White.
Here.
Mayor Williams.
Williams here.
Let's pray. Father, thank you for this town that we get to call home. Thank you that in nature it declares your glory, and we're so in awe of everything around us that you've given us that shows your glory. So we meet here tonight to discuss town matters. I pray that you would give this board, as well as the residents, wisdom, knowledge, and understanding Father, we thank you for the ability to come represent our town and residents to come represent their town as well. And I pray that we would glorify you with our attitudes and our actions. All this we ask in your name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. With the quorum, I will ask if there are any agenda amendments.
No, sir.
None?
Move to approve.
Okay. All in favor of approval, say yes.
Yes.
Let the record show that the August 10th, 2023 agenda has been approved as posted. Approval of minutes. Will any amendments to these
No,
past
sir.
minutes? None?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. If in favor of approval, please say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let the record show that July 27th, 2023 minutes have been approved as posted with no amendments. Okay, Mayor's report. To start with, we need to all thank Bud McKelvey and his first responding staff in clearing the trees from our roadways. They worked up into the night on Monday clearing the roads so that our Farragut residents could get to work on Tuesday morning. It was a great job by all of them. Also want to remind everyone of the Dog Days number 7 event happening at the Village Green Shopping Center starting tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. with the Pooch Plunge. Spectators can bring their pooch for a try at the pool. Saturday will be a kickoff of the Big Wave events starting at 10 o'clock, followed by the Extreme Vertical starting at 5:30. Sunday again starts at 10 with more of the Big Wave events, followed by Speed Retrieve competition starting at 1:30 p.m. with the best of the best, Big Air Final starting at 3:30. This is a great Farragut Business Line event. It's growing every year and it is fun for all ages. Next will be the Vice Mayor's report, and I will give the floor to the Vice Mayor.
All right. I didn't realize that we'd have such a big audience, so we have a captive audience to let everyone know that we are working on updating our plan for our town center, the Eddie Ford property, Village Green Shopping Center. All of this area is our town center, and we're trying to make plans for it and how it's all going to come together. And we have public meetings scheduled for August 31st. We have one in the afternoon and one in the evening. I really encourage you guys to get involved and give your thoughts. It's not a boring, it's about giving your ideas about what you'd like to see in the rest of the area and how we're going to tie it together and how it's an opportunity for you to provide your input, and we need your input because that's what we base our plans off, the public input we receive. We don't base it off public input we receive on Nextdoor, Facebook. We base it off of what we see from the people that want to come and be a part of it. So please consider putting that on your calendar. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other aldermen have anything to report? Okay, if none, tonight we have only one ordinance for review and public hearing. It will be on the first reading. Ordinance 2311, ordinance to amend the Farragut Municipal Code, Appendix A, zoning. Chapter 3, Section 20, Community Service District, S1, to require a concept plan in association with a rezoning request to S1. The town of Farragut is applicant.
Good evening. I'm Mark Shipley. I'll present this item. This involves adding a concept plan to a rezoning request to the S1 zoning district. And really the idea behind that came from the fact that this zoning district can have buildings that are potentially very large. It's kind of an institutional zoning district. And it can also serve as a transition zoning district between intense commercial properties and lower density residential. So that's kind of how it came about. And so the idea of the concept plan would give the community an idea of how someone wants to develop a piece of property before it gets rezoned. So that's kind of the idea behind it. The language that we have in this ordinance was taken from other ordinances that we have concept plan requirements for. Most recently, we made amendments to the OSMR zoning district to require a concept plan for that. And a lot of the language that we have in this ordinance was taken from that. Basically, one of the things that we talked about with the Planning Commission was the difference between a minor versus a major change. If you have a concept plan and it gets approved, and then when the site plan goes to the Planning Commission, there's a minor versus a major change. If it's a major change, then we kind of define what that is in this ordinance, and that would have to go back to both the Planning Commission and the board. And that's exactly what we did with the OSMR when we provided a concept plan requirement for that. So that language is consistent. That was language that I'd worked with the town attorney on, so it is consistent in that regard. When this was presented to the Planning Commission for their review at the meeting in July, they did unanimously recommend approval of ordinance 23-11, and the staff does recommend approval of ordinance 23-11 on first reading. And I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have if you have anything.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, do we have any residents signed up to comment on this one? We do not? Okay, then we'll move on to discussion. Vice Mayor?
I just want to reiterate, this is an opportunity for the town to understand, the residents to understand if we're rezoning to S1, what we're getting so that they can see what it looks like and if it's actually transitioning the way they believe it should. So this just gives us more cover from a resident's point of view to understand how they're impacted by any development that's rezoned to S1.
Okay, Alderman Burnett?
Yeah, I'll just add on top of what the Vice Mayor said. You know, this zoning district is transitional in nature, but at the same time, it can be very, very dense. And so the concept plan is a very, very positive thing to require as we move forward with some of the remaining vacant land in Farragut, that if S1 comes up, we and the Planning Commission need to understand the details associated with that concept plan, so in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Meyer?
I support the motion because I believe understanding the manner in which a piece of property is going to be developed prior to the actual development and the rezoning is a good thing. We've had some surprises in the past, and I think that this will alleviate some of those surprises, so I support it.
Okay, Alderman White?
None.
None? I have none as well. With discussion closed, I'll now ask for a roll call vote, please.
Alderman Meyer.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pavlin.
Yes.
Alderman White.
Yes.
Alderman Burnett.
Yes.
Mayor Williams.
Mayor Williams, yes.
Thank you.
Before you proceed, we're not used to having, we're not used to having so many people in the room to begin with, but we don't often get people that are representing our community here, and I wanted to announce that Jason Zachary's in the room. He's our representative for our district and at the state level, and he does a great job for us. We have a great relationship communicating with him to let him know, don't do that. So we appreciate you being here, Jason. Thank you.
Okay. We did a roll call vote,
Yes, we did.
and it will be one. Okay. Let the record show that the amendment to ordinance 2311 has been approved on the first reading by roll call vote. A unanimous roll call vote. Okay, business items. Looks like we have 3 items to review and consider tonight. Approval of parking, sidewalk, and construction agreement between Town of Farragut and the Faith Lutheran Church.
Thank you, Mayor. I know many of us around the table know that we're going to be doing some town hall renovations starting this fall, and now most of the people in the community know it now that we've had such a good crowd this evening. But in getting prepared for that move, we're going to be moving and doing so much renovation. We're going to move all staff out of the building at one time, and to do that, we needed to be able to provide temporary office space, as well as, and we're going to utilize our community center location over at 239 Jamestown Boulevard for that. In order for that to work, we really need more parking. And so we approached the Faith Lutheran Church, who is our neighbor to the west, about utilizing some of their existing church parking that is underutilized during the week when we would need it. And then certainly we would not use it on the weekend. So the attached easement agreement would be to allow for the town to utilize the east parking lot of the church, about 45 parking spaces. The intent of that would be for our staff to be able to park there and free up space at the community center for public events or whoever's going to be coming and utilizing the community center. Behind the building, actually to the north, is where a temporary office space will be located here in the next probably month or so. But overall, this easement agreement would allow us to use that parking lot from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. It also would allow us to build 2 sidewalks between the parking lot at the church to the parking lot at the community center for easier access for our staff. And those will be permanent so that if there are ever any future events that are large enough to where there may be overflow parking, they'll be able to utilize in the future for that as well. So the motion is to approve the parking, sidewalk, and construction easement agreement between the town of Farragut and Faith Lutheran Church located at 225 Jamestown Boulevard.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, do we have any resident comments on
No,
this
sir.
one? No, we do not. Okay, discussion, we'll start with Vice Mayor.
I have none.
Alderman White. Alderman Burnett.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks to Faith Lutheran for being open and flexible with their parking lot during this transition time for us.
Thank you. Alderman Meyer.
Pass.
Yeah, we are have a very good relationship with the Faith Lutheran Church, and it's great that we'll be able to do this. With discussion complete, I'll ask that if in favor, vote by saying yes.
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 Any noes? Okay, let the record show the agreement has been approved as requested. Next will be approval of professional services contract with Kimberly Horn and Associates for engineering services for the implementation of fiber optic cable connecting all Farragut parks and facilities.
Yes, sir. In March of 2021, the federal government approved the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, also known as ARPA, which established the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds to provide state, local, and tribal governments with the resources needed to respond to the pandemic and its economic effects and to build a stronger, more equitable economy during the recovery. The U.S. Department of Treasury issued the funding in 2 tranches. The town received a total of $7 million for this. The ARPA funding can be utilized on projects with one-time expenditures, and a project that was identified by town staff is the extension of the fiber optic cabling that is being constructed using grant funding through the Construction Mitigation Air Quality, or CMAQ, grant program. In 2016, the town was awarded the grant funding through the CMAQ program for a town-wide signal system upgrade, which included a fully interconnected traffic signal system connected through 144-strand single-mode fiber optic cabling. The construction of this project began in August of 2022. The expansion of the project using ARPA funding would include the connectivity of all town parks and facilities. Your attached contract has a listing of the new locations for this fiber connectivity. The town staff met with representatives from Kimberly Horn to review the attachment A, the scope of services, and it satisfies the scope of services and deliverables. The contract amount is a lump sum of $281,000. Kimberly Horn was chosen due to the previous involvement and the management of the microstation files previously developed for the CMAQ-funded project. Final construction plans will be delivered by August 2024, and a construction contract will need to be in place by December of 2024 to meet the ARPA funding deadlines. Some of the tasks included in the contract are project management, data collection, engineering design, utility make-ready work, and bid and procurement support. The motion is to approve the professional services contract with Kimberly Horn and Associates for engineering services for the implementation of fiber optic cabling connecting all Farragut parks and facilities.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, do we have any resident comments on
No,
this
sir.
particular item? We do not. Okay, then we'll move on to discussion with Alderman Burnett. Please start off with it.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I mean, it moves us into the 21st century of data technology options. So the backbone that this gives us to grow throughout the community is fantastic, and very thankful for the grant covering it.
Okay, yes. Alderman Meyer.
Pass.
Alderman White.
None.
Vice Mayor.
I have none.
Well, I kind of echo what Alderman Burnett said. We This is something that will put us in a whole different light with everything that it touches. So with discussion completed, I will ask that if in favor, vote by saying yes.
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 No. Let the record show that the approval of request has been made. Next will be discussion and recommendation of a closure plan for the eastern temporary access to Kingston Pike.
Mr. Mayor, before we continue that discussion, could I have the floor for a point of order, please?
If you'll let me finish reading.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Discussion and recommendation of closure plan for the eastern temporary access to the Kingston Pike for First Baptist Concord, located at 11704 Kingston Pike. Before you go into your point of order, what I had planned was for this agenda item to be, we'll be doing something a little bit different since this is the first the board has seen of this church's road closing proposal. I was going to ask that we do all of our discussion first in order to develop a usable motion. But if you have a point of order,
I do, Mr. Mayor.
I will entertain it.
The report to the board is misleading at best and just plain wrong in some places. The discussion recommended for the eastern temporary access, Kingston Pike, to First Baptist Church of Concord. That's, of course, terribly misleading and may affect some of the people wanting to speak tonight, because it is not now, and it never was, an entrance to First Baptist Church. It has always been, and still is, the old Bel Air Drive entrance. The first temporary access was awarded to Bel Air subdivision because it was the only way that they get to their homes when the church bought all that property and wanted to put in a new Bel Air Drive. So temporary access was awarded to Bel Air subdivision. The second temporary access was awarded for the construction of the school, but the entrance remained the old Bel Air subdivision. And as I say, it is today. So that indication that it was ever an entrance to First Baptist Church is wrong. The second point of order, Mr. Chairman, is the church has attached their idea for the time frame of the closing of that entrance to their new construction of another entrance they want to have to their property, which is fine. I don't think anybody has any problem with that. But the matter of fact is, this entrance discussion has nothing to do with an entrance they want into the church from where they're prescribing. They've even provided a plan. Well, they've attached that to a plan that hasn't been for the Planning Commission. We can't discuss anything of this nature until it's been before the Planning Commission. We just can't do it. We're not supposed to do it. So that's where I think this discussion of this is useless. And at some point in time, as decided by you, Mr. Mayor, I have a motion to make. But before that motion, I would like the attorney's opinion on what I've just said. And I would also like the attorney's position on what, please bear with me for a minute, what section 22-151 of the municipal code, I would like his opinion on that section of the code and his interpretation of what that really means. And then after that, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd like to make my motion.
Okay, first we will hear from our attorney on your questions. before I can rule on the point of order.
Well, let me start out by first saying that I'm old enough to have been involved in the creation of New Bel Air Drive and the circumstances that resulted in the agreement for the church to build New Bel Air Drive and to swap New Bel Air Drive for the access way that has been referred to as Old Bel Air Drive. And clearly, from all of the documentation and from my memory and the memory of everybody that was involved, there was going to be an exchange of the right-of-way with the town. The town was going to give the church the right-of-way in exchange for the new right-of-way for New Bel Air. The whole idea behind that, if you think about it, was, and for my memory and for my money, it was a great decision for everybody involved, because what it did is it made the people in Bel Air, they had their own way in and out, and they didn't have to have conflict in getting in with the cars getting in and out of the church's parking lots, which were on both sides of Bel Air, the old Bel Air at the time. So what we ended up doing is we had the traffic coming from Bel Air and the traffic coming from the church was split into two ways. They could get out, the residents could get out Old Bel Air, and the people at the church the New Bel Air, and the people at the church could come out Old Bel Air. And the only thing that probably has happened or hasn't happened that should have happened is we probably should have had a deed that my understanding was that we were going to sign and convey that property to the church. There's no question the church has been using this property as was intended. The regulations and all the resolutions provide that was to be a temporary way in and out during the period of time until the church was building their bigger site, or their bigger, I guess, adopting their master plan and putting the entrance directly across from Rustgate. That's what the plan always was. And I think the fact that there hasn't been a deed really doesn't, it's a technicality that really doesn't matter, because the intent was there and the parties have acted in accordance with what the parties' agreement was. And so, I mean, what difference does it make? Some people would want to argue that somehow because the town owns the right-of-way, there's some sort of liability issue. Well, the town owns every right-of-way in the town. So we have liability for every street that intersects. To the extent we have liability here, we have liability every intersection that intersects with Kingston Pike. So I view this as no different than any other Federal Drive, Cheho, Peterson, they all intersect Kingston Pike. And we own the right-of-way for every one of those. So from a liability standpoint, it makes no difference that we haven't deeded it to the church. Now, there is the issue of this, 22-151 section of our municipal code. I think I ought to read it because I think what it says is important for everybody to know. But there are other sections in our municipal code that need to be understood also. This section reads this way. In the event a parcel of land abuts and lies adjacent to two or more separate roads, streets, or highways, the Board of Mayor and Alderman may limit or prohibit access to one or more such roads, provided that access to to at least one such road shall always be permitted if the safety and welfare of the public will be promoted by doing so. In so limiting or prohibiting access, consideration shall be first given to limiting or prohibiting access to the more heavily traveled abutting or adjacent road, street, or highway. Any party aggrieved by any action taken under the provisions of this section shall have the burden of establishing that such action taken does not promote the safety and welfare of the public. The most important point of that to me is that it is a permissive power that this body has. It's not mandatory. If we don't do it, it's not illegal. It is permissive. If the board determines that the safety and welfare of the public will be promoted by doing so, then this board has the power to do that. So, to my mind, an important question would be, have there been a lot of accidents at this area? What I've learned is that from the study that has been done, there's only been 1 or 2 accidents in the last 5 years at that area. I'd say there's probably been 1 or 2 accidents at every intersection on Kingston Pike that's in the town of Farragut over the last 5 years. Let me read another portion, though, of our code, because I think this is pretty relevant to what we're talking about. We intended, and we did, by resolution, grant a temporary access at Old Bel Air. That was the intent. That's what everybody intended to do. It says it in the documents. By ordinance. Okay, ordinance, resolution. It was done specifically. Now, is 15 years temporary? I guess everything's relative. It's not, it may not be as temporary as we would want, but if it's getting ready to be shut off, I guess you'd say it's temporary. It's getting ready to be shut off at some point. But what the 22-153 temporary access says, temporary access ways may be granted by the Board of Mayor and Alderman upon review with a recommendation by the town engineer or his designee and the Planning Commission at locations other than specified for permanent access where it is expedient for the purposes of stage development. Temporary access ways shall cease to exist at such time that any other means of access to the property occurs which more nearly conforms to the requirements of this article. The way I interpret that provision is that we can grant this power, this body had the power to grant the temporary access, and that temporary access by our own code would end whenever the need or there is another access way that better conforms to our regulations. So that has not happened yet. Unfortunately, we wish it had already happened, but it hasn't. There isn't another access way at this point. If we cut off this access, then what we're doing is, if we don't create a third access way, we're forcing all of the traffic from the church from 3 access points to go to Federal or to go out the main entrance onto Kingston Pike. I'm not so sure that having 3 accesses isn't more safe than having 2, where a whole bunch of people are then going to have to go on Federal out of the church parking lot, and there are going to be conflicts there. We're sort of reverting back to what it was before when we had Bel Air, Old Bel Air, and the church traffic was conflicting there. That's what we were trying to eliminate to begin with. And so now we're going to go back and put the thing back in place the same way. So that's my assessment of the situation. I respectfully disagree that we're violating anything by considering this issue. We're not approving the site plan. That's not what's on the agenda. what's on the agenda is determining when is an appropriate time to have that temporary access closed and the new access opened up. And we've been discussing this for some period of time, trying to come to some sort of reasonable resolution where everybody's interests can be met. And that we don't put a burden on anybody that is inappropriate. If we were having collisions out there, every quarter, I might be saying, we need to do something. This is really a problem. But from the data that's been gathered, it doesn't appear to me that there's really any dangerous situation there. Think about it. Drive down Kingston Pike, every time I drive down Kingston Pike, I've got my eyes looking because there are places where people can come out. You got to be careful no matter where you're going, and that's no different at this place. So I think that this is not an inappropriate request. This is what town governments do. They try to figure out what's the best way to solve problems. This is a problem because it was supposed to be temporary, and it's hadn't been really temporary, and we're trying to put a stop to that. So that's about what I would have to say on it.
Do you stand by your previous opinion at the Planning Commission that this board, if it determines that it is a safety hazard to all or any of the citizens of Farragut, that they could close it tomorrow? I believe that those were your exact words.
What this says,
Just answer my question, please. Is that what you said at the Planning Commission?
what I said that this board has the power to close the road if they think that's the appropriate
You
thing to do.
said you can close it, they could close it tomorrow if they wanted to. That, we can look back on the record, but
No, I'm
Do
not.
you still
we-
stand
I-
by
we
that?
We could close it right this minute, Mr. White, if
Okay.
if we thought that was the right thing to do.
okay, if it was a safety hazard, okay.
Well, no, if this board as a whole, they may limit or prohibit access if they believe the safety and welfare would be promoted. And
Okay.
so I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I think this board has the authority to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we go any further, I'm going to ask our town administrator to, I want an explanation from our town administrator on the point of order.
Sorry.
Well, points of order don't come up very often for our board meetings, but in this case, the way the point of order works is that the chair, the board, the mayor of the town, will make a determination on the merits of the point of order. And so at this point, it would be up to the mayor to make a determination on whether those were issues that need to be addressed and fleshed out a little further, or if we proceed forward with the proceedings at this time.
Okay.
Jumped the gun on that.
That's okay. With that said, we'll decide the point of order. The point of order is not for this drawing or anything to do with it. It strictly has to do with a discussion and recommendation of a closure plan for the eastern temporary access to Kingston Pike for First Baptist Concord located at 11704 Kingston Pike. Now, this is what was put on the agenda for us to vote on. As we know, the Planning Commission looks at plans. This is not our purvey to do, although the plan that they have brought is part of their way of showing that they have a certain plan for closure. Now, the closure plan is really what we need to discuss tonight. And I think, in all honesty, I would have to say that we do need to discuss this before we make a motion, because I think there's more to it from what he just read that I wasn't aware of, because I hadn't read this other event here as far as, what was that number?
22-153.
So if this is acceptable with Alderman White, I would love to, for us to all discuss this before we make a motion.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And we will start with,
Before you, are you going to do public input?
yes.
Can we just explain to the audience, because I'm sure they're all looking at us like, what the heck are they talking about? So we're talking about a few different things, and what goes to the planning commission and what is in the purview of the board of mayor and aldermen. So can we just make that clear about what, because I don't think people realize the access will come back to us. The location of the access will come back to us, not the plan. So can you just explain?
If you'd like me to present my presentation at this point, I can certainly do that. That may help the crowd know
think
a
it
little
would,
bit
yeah.
more.
Appreciate that.
We did it a little differently than normal, and Tom did an excellent job of explaining the past history. I'm going to try to do my best to kind of work through that a little bit and show everybody what we're talking about this evening. So when First Baptist Concord came to the town in 2008, they received a master site plan, future plans, what they were planning on doing at that time to eventually develop out all the property of the church. And Tom mentioned relocating Bel Air Drive was a real big consideration at that time. And you can see on your screen, Bel Air Drive, this is the current condition, Bel Air Drive to the east there. And then the old Bel Air Drive there on the yellow, showing where the temporary access easement is for First Baptist currently. So over the years, the church has expanded its school. That's been approved by the Planning Commission most recently in 2021. And during that time, discussions started coming up from the neighbors about when is Bel Air, the temporary access that was put in place, going to be relocated to in front of Rustgate Boulevard according to the master plan that was provided by the church back in 2008. Since that time, staff has been meeting with church representatives to work on a time frame of when that could occur. The church has presented a plan just to show what they were thinking about doing. Again, this plan you are not acting on. It is not in your purview to act on. This is something that the church would have to go get approved by the Municipal Planning Commission at a future date and time, whenever that is. Once the Planning Commission approves any plan, which may be this or something else that they provide, then that would then be what they would start working on to eventually put a new access way onto Kingston Pike. Currently, First Baptist Concord has submitted this current plan that you see, and their church membership has actually voted to start the construction of this after the current school year, but no later than July 1st, 2024, and construction would be completed by December 31st, 2024. Again, I think we've mentioned it a couple times, but your only action tonight is to determine a time frame and a closure plan for the temporary access easement that is the old Bel Air Drive, which the church is currently using there on the east part of the site. So with that, I can try to answer any questions. I know there's representatives from the church here that would be happy to address any of the plans that they have. But the point of this access moving to Rustgate is that it would more conform with our current access ordinance, which requires at least 400 feet between access points along Kingston Pike. It's a major arterial in our town. Purpose of that is obviously to increase safety for those that are trying to exit both left turns and right turns out of any entrance and exit onto Kingston Pike.
David, just for clarity, so the Board of Mayor and Alderman does not have the purview to approve the site plan, but the access point will have to come to the Board of Mayor and Alderman. Am I correct on that?
I think if it meets the access ordinance of the 400 feet, it does not have to come to the Board of Mayor and
Okay.
Alderman, only
I
if they
just-
need a variance from that.
Okay, I just needed clarity on that. Thank you.
May I speak, Mr. Mayor? Briefly?
You will be we're going to go to this discussion now, and you'll be the first one to
I would
speak.
like to comment on something David
Okay.
said where I think y'all misunderstood me. If you check the church's timetable for closure of the old Bel Air Drive, then it coincides perfectly with the construction of the new entrance. So their time frame is attached to this drawing and what's going to go before the Planning Commission. That's simple to understand. Now, if they had a different timetable than this drawing they presented, then I would agree with you, Mr. Smoke. but I don't agree now because their timetable coincides perfectly with when they plan to do construction. So the two are tied together. They can't be anything other than tied together. So that was my point.
Okay, we have one here by Mark Stooksbury that I think, David, you got a copy of this?
I do.
Okay. This is to really, like we said, this is discussion to determine a timetable on the closure. The discussion, in my opinion, and I'll speak, now that you've spoke, I'll speak and say that the time of starting no later than July and possible ending in December is too long of a time. Your school will be out on May 23rd. I would like to see the plans already to the Planning Commission. I'd like to see your DOT permit for the curb cut. I'd like to see all the other plans through the Planning Commission done and approved by the 24th
Of what?
of May. And at that point, it would be time to move your furniture out of that building if you're going to demo it. That's not our deal here. Our deal is to look at the time frame. So the time frame is too long. I personally spoke with a gentleman who demos buildings. He said he could have it done and cleaned up in 21 days. I've spoke with a gentleman on roads, and he could have it done in about 24 days as far as a road. To say that it needs to have that long of a period and start sometime around July is unacceptable, in my opinion. It can be done quicker than that, and it should be done quicker than that. I've also spoke with the fire marshal, and he is concerned about closing that road for fire reasons and also for ambulance reasons.
Which road?
And that's the driveway
Okay.
of Bel Air.
Yeah.
Because it is a way. I've also spoke to a salesman at Cisco about trucks that have to come in and deliver to the kitchen for the church where they prepare food for the kids that go there. And it is in that particular driveway that they come through. And then they take a right and go in right there and in that side door where the kitchen's at. So there are things that have to happen that cannot happen in the other direction. In other words, going around the building with a big truck or a hook and ladder truck or something of that nature would not be something that could be done. So I looked at all the different scenarios of why it should be given a time period to be open for construction. And during construction, that will have to be open because the fellow that tears down buildings, he lines dumpsters up. And when he starts tearing it down, he loads them and they take it all to the dump. That's the reason he can get it done in a very quick, expedient fashion. When you're doing a road, you need big, heavy yellow equipment in there to put a road in. You also need paving machines in there to pave it. All this are items that would have to go in that particular entrance right there. So there's going to be a period of time when construction's going on that entrance cannot be used by First Baptist Concord as far as anything other than construction. And they will have to use other entrances. So that would be something that you'd have to be prepared for, regardless of what the time span is. This will be something that it'd be tough to really share it because most of these particular types of trucks need to get in and out pretty quick and whenever there's a traffic break. Fortunately, with the school closed on the 23rd, then Cisco or any of the rest of the delivery trucks would not have to come in there to deliver food for the kids. So that would be one thing that would not have to go in that particular driveway. So with that, I think I've covered everything that I wanted to talk about. My suggestion is that we reduce that time spread considerably, and I'd like to hear from Alderman White now on his.
Gonna listen to the public.
Well, if I had, and I understand, I'm not complaining, Mr. Mayor, but if I could have made my motion at the time I requested, and I'll just say this now, I had made a motion that the entrance be closed immediately with barricades, no later than Monday, August the 4th by 7 a.m. But the real kicker was the church would have had no access to Old Bel Air Drive for services or events, and the same as the school would have not had any access. But emergency vehicles and law enforcement, as well as construction materials and equipment for the addition that's now under construction, all of them would have had access by just moving the barricades and then putting them back. So I think my solution was adequate because we stopped all the dangerous traffic. And we've got to look at what's going to happen here. We've got new students and we've got new parents coming that are not familiar with that entrance at all. And anybody that's ever come in and out of there or drove up and down, I mean, we do it every day, to say it's not dangerous. I love Mr. Hale as a man, but he don't live here. And he don't travel out there. He lives on the other side of town where the rich people live. But out here, we have to dodge that traffic all the time. And we're going to have these new people coming in, these new children going in now, these new parents that don't know how it is to get in and out of there. It's like a cocked shotgun every time we try to come out of our subdivision. Just come down there one morning and sit there and try to turn left. Just do that one time, and try to get in the turn lane sometime when they're delivering. I mean, to say that it's not dangerous and there's only been 2 or 3 accidents, well, how many does it take? How many do you want? How many children have to be hit or killed, or a parent or seriously damaged before that's too many? I just don't understand the thinking. Of course y'all want to be able to get in and out of there. Of course it's convenient for you. But if it's dangerous for these children and these parents, then why would you object to going in your other 2 entrances? Because it's more convenient for you. Well, life is not convenient. And it's darn sure not convenient for us to get in and out of there. We had an accident there last Thursday. The school, the church had nothing to do with it, but it was at our intersection. And people classified it as a minor accident. And in reality, it probably was, but not for the lady that was hospitalized with a broken foot. And she lives by herself. And now she's got no help. She can't go to the grocery store. Is that minor? Well, put one child in that car and get them hurt seriously or killed. And then come in here and complain because we want to close an entrance that should have been closed years ago, that we have every right to close by the municipal code. Every right. And I think the attorney is wrong to talk about temporary for 15 years is acceptable. It's not, people. It's not. It never was your entrance. It never will be. There is no deeding that to the church. It belongs to Farragut. It belongs to everybody in here. And it's going to be until the deed is prepared and it's deed back to the church. But right now, it belongs to the town. It belongs to all of us. And for y'all to want to keep that just for convenience to get to church is sad. It's sad, but it's what it is. So say what you got to say, do what you want to do, but that's where I stand. I will never, ever approve that staying open any longer than tonight, whatever the vote is. I will never approve it staying open. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we will have, how many?
We have about 10.
10? Okay.
Our first one is, I've kind of separated them between the neighborhood and the church.
Okay.
And so what the first section will be for the neighborhood, and it's Jeannie Perkowski.
Okay. Jenny, you want to step to the microphone and give us your name and address, and you'll have your time.
Give me a moment to get to my notes here real quick, please. My name is Jeannie Brykolski. I live on Crestview Road in Bel Air subdivision. I'm here tonight as a resident of the town of Farragut and the Bel Air neighborhood, and as a member and representative of the Farragut Neighborhood Preservation Partnership. First, we would like to say thank you to David Smoke, the town administrator, Mark Shipley, Community Development Director, the members of the FMPC, and the members of BOMA for listening to our concerns and questions and initiating communication with First Baptist Concord to rectify the safety and traffic issues caused by the extended use of Old Bel Air Drive as a temporary entrance for FBC and CCS. Completion of this project is long overdue, as it is a traffic and safety issue for all of the town of Farragut. These issues impact not only the residents who live in the neighborhoods adjacent to or near Old Bel Air Drive curb cuts onto Kingston Pike, but it's a safety issue for CCS parents and students and FBC members and their families who use the Old Bel Air Drive entrance. Moving and closing Old Bel Air Drive was a requirement from the town of Farragut and were also the terms that the residents reluctantly agreed to in order for the town to approve the FBC's Family Life Center and the high school for CCS. It should be noted that the Old Bel Air Drive was moved at FBC's request, with the caveat of closing Old Bel Air Drive as soon as possible after the new Bel Air Drive was opened. While this commitment and promise was made in 2008, it has never been fulfilled, although it was an agreement and a requirement for the final site plan. Tonight, there is an agenda item submitted by FBC for discussion and recommendation of a closure plan for the eastern temporary access to Kingston Pike for the First Baptist Concord located at 11704 Kingston Pike. These documents were submitted by Mark Stewksbury, who is the Director of Business Administration for FBC, to the town, August 2nd, 2023. In this email, the documents that were attached made the following statements. Beginning the construction at the end of the 2023 school year, no later than July 1st, 2024. Complete construction no later than December 1st, 2024. And then existing entrance to remain open until the project is completed, but no longer than December 31st, 2024. However, the mayor has done quite a bit of research and answered a lot of questions that we have had, that this needs to get done quicker, and it obviously can be. This commitment is an important and welcome one, and we appreciate Mark Stewksbury's efforts to compile this information and documentation. However, it is important to remember that the FBC agreed in writing and on video in 2008 that Old Bel Air Drive would be closed as soon as possible. We are here tonight not only to ask that the time frame to reroute Old Bel Air Drive be completed before any new construction projects be approved by the town not related to Old Bel Air Drive. Also, that we ask the FBC keep the residents of the five neighborhoods apprised to the project dates and its progress, as they and their families are the ones who have been the most negatively impacted by the extended period of time the temporary entrance has been left open. A brief email keeping us updated is not an unreasonable request. There has been a lot of time and hard work getting us all to this point this evening. We need to continue to work together to make sure that the rerouting and closure of Old Bel Air Drive is completed within a reasonable time frame and that FBC commits to it. We appreciate your time and consideration. And Mr. Hale, I want to let you know there has been more accidents than what you mentioned, because I know of two of my neighbors that were rear-ended as they were sitting at the entrance to Bel Air Drive, and the person who was going to FBC both times begged them not to call the police. When the police are not called, there's no official record. And a lot of times that you're sitting there, you can see someone barreling down the turning lane at you, and it's terrifying because you don't know if they're going to stop in time. Or when you're trying to turn right into Bel Air, because we only have 86 feet of turning lane, it gets scary.
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Jeannie. Okay, next.
Our next speaker is Ken Youngblood.
Ken, please step up to the microphone.
My name is Ken Youngblood. I live at 12816 Farmgate Lane, excuse me, in Farragut. I wanted to just talk about the fact that we have a problem and we have a plan to fix it. The issue is the time. And I wanted to disagree with the gentleman that this is a matter of convenience for the church. It's also a safety and welfare issue if we close this road immediately. On Sunday mornings, we have almost 3,000 people in attendance at our church. So we would eliminate one of the three entrances. It would impact all of our neighbors to the west, and then during school year, it would impact all of the businesses, medical offices to our west. So it's safety and welfare on the other end as well. In addition to our neighbors to the west, having one entrance and exit for Kingston Pike instead of two would seriously impact traffic on Kingston Pike during the times of entrance and exit on Sunday mornings and during the school year when parents are dropping off and picking up those 800 students. So having just one entrance would negatively impact all traffic on Kingston Pike. Just the issue of the first responders, just about a month or so ago, we had 2 calls to 911 during one of our first services at the church. One was an accident and one was a gentleman that fainted and we thought he'd had a stroke. It was difficult to get those 2 rural metro calls in, even with all the entrances we have, let alone if we limit it to 1 on Kingston Pike. So the issue of first responders, having that entrance cut off could certainly be an issue. So we respectfully request that you approve our time frame to deal with this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Our next
Next.
speaker is Jim Vandersteeg.
Jim.
Very good, thank you. My name is Jim Vandersteeg. My address is 12009 Ravana Lane. And I want to first of all say thank you to the mayor, the vice mayor, and the alderman for letting us come and just spend a couple minutes with you and share some of our thoughts. I've lived in Knoxville for 16 years, and I know what that means. I'm a newbie in Knoxville. Have attended First Baptist Conference for 14 years. And I obviously have been updated on kind of the discussion that we're taking place here. And I just want to express the concern that if we don't coordinate the opening of the new with the closing of the current entrance, I think we will have more issues than we have today. I think, being someone who goes on and off that campus, hopefully we'll have my grandchildren attend that school, and I respect the issues that are being stated in terms of safety. But I will tell you, being someone who comes on and off that campus, if that was limited from 3 entrances to 2, I think we would have significant more safety issues. I think we would have issues with the other neighbors. I think we would create incredible congestion in some of the other neighborhoods. So I won't belabor my point. I would just say I'm obviously in support of what the church has represented and recommended. I'm quite certain if there is a way for them to expedite the plan, they are more than willing to work with you. I can't speak for them, but I know them well enough to know that if we can work with you to expedite, I'm sure they will. So with that, again, I just want to recommend approval of the church's plan. Thank you.
Okay, Jim, thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Terry Devaney.
While he's coming up, I apologize to the citizens that I was not able to answer your emails. Most everybody I did. I answered everyone's emails that I could with the time restraint that I had. So, again, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Terry Delaney. I live at 145 Fountainhead Court. I've been a Farragut resident for over 30 years, and in full disclosure, member of First Baptist Concord for over 20 years. So thank you very much, and I would reiterate what's been said. I'm not into redundancy, but thank you for everything that y'all do as leaders in our community for our great city with Farragut. Thank you very much, and thank you, Bel Air, for being great neighbors and for being patient with us. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And just to restate, it really is about timing as it relates to the situation. It's been brought up several times, and it limits the ability for first responders, the traffic flow towards our east for Farragut Crossing. They have been great neighbors to us as well, and we would be pushing toward their direction. The large delivery trucks we've spoken to. The students would have to be, one thing that hasn't been brought up is the students would have to be relocated immediately if we started the process. And we don't have a place for them right now. That's not planned as it relates to our plan. We have the plan, it is the plan that's been proposed, and that would take care of our students, which is a major focus for us too as well. So thank you for the opportunity of speaking. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is
Thank you,
Tony
Terry.
Poole.
What was his name?
Tony Poole.
Thank you.
Very excited to be able to come and talk to y'all about this topic. My name is Tony Poole, 500 Glen Abbey. Been in Farragut since 1991, over in Village Green and now Glen Abbey. So we've seen the neighborhood. So I'm a neighbor and also a member of First Baptist Concord. So I have seen both sides of this topic and have followed it closely from the 90s to the 2008 agreements to the recent agreements. I appreciate the work that you all put into this and allowing us to come forward and sharing as community and as the church. I very much appreciated Tom Hale's assessment of this. I work with regulators routinely, and there's an art form to being able to take a technical detail and wear it out versus taking a common sense approach for the bigger picture. And I really appreciate the way you laid out the pros and cons of that as we went through this. So several things I want to make to follow up on the point. Is traffic flow through this area an issue? Yeah. There's no question. There's lots of traffic through Kingston Pike. That's the real safety issue, no question. There's tremendous volume through there. Trying to take a left-hand turn when I come out of Glen Abbey, I agree. It's a pistol trying to get across there. It doesn't matter whether the church there or anything else. So there's challenges there. But I would say the flexibility, just point out a couple of things. Just in that same area, you've got the Village Green entrance and you've got the East Coles. Those turn lanes overlap. Clearly, that isn't meeting any code anywhere, but there was flexibility and having to come up that. The other issue is you have in that same area, you've got Coles West Entrance and Glen Abbey, and then you've got Confederacy Drive. It's much closer. And there's no separation in those exit lanes. It's all one merge. So you pull over into the right, people are pulling in front of you. So I'm not pointing that out as a critique, but showing that there was flexibility in those developments, how you had to have it, and there was some allowances made for that, as there was when this temporary exit was put on for First Baptist Concord, same way. So the point I would make is there's a short-term safety issue. It is a safety issue according to the codes, but there are bigger safety issues that this brings up. And here's some of them that come up. The first one is you're pushing this east entrance closure, the safety issues of long hauls through that parking lot. You're going to have, you talked about the children. Well, children are walking from the cars into the buildings. You've got all this traffic that has to flow through that long parking lot where you're having that interaction with people and kids. So you're increasing the safety risk dramatically of having to funnel that through. The other thing is you're exiting out of two places. You funnel people into one area and tight areas, that safety is not going to go up. It's got to get worse. You're funneling too many people through too many areas. They wait too long. They get too aggressive. That's just common nature. And so this would definitely enhance and increase the safety factor to address what I could perceive as a minor safety. You're creating a big safety. And I think our town attorney correctly assessed that as we went through this. The other is the response vehicles, no question about that. Farragut Crossing's been mentioned. They're going to get the worst end of this deal of everybody exiting through that side over there. So in summary, I believe we're talking about a minor safety issue and creating major safety issues. And on balance, that's the reason I'm in favor of this particular topic. Some of the things mentioned to accelerate the schedule, certainly we should consider as a church. And as a neighbor and as a member, I would ask to look at the balance on this thing. And the other thing I'd point out is it has been 15 years, but all parties were subject to that agreement in 2008. There wasn't any follow-up from City Council. There wasn't any question about when they're coming back. Wasn't anything from the community. It wasn't until recently it came up again. So all parties kind of settled back into a rhythm until the recent agreements came up, and now it became an urgency, which feels like somewhat of a false urgency as we go through this. Last recommendation I would make is 2008, there was some agreements. If we make agreements this time, get a timetable, get some schedules, and follow them up. That way we don't have 15 years later with misunderstandings. Thank you, and I appreciate your all's time and efforts on this.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Our next speaker is Jeannie Reimer.
Actually, I think all of my points have been made.
Okay. Our next one is Paul Standifer.
Thank you. My name is Paul Standifer, 318 Eisenhower Street. My wife and I have been members or residents here in Farragut for over 40 years, and members of First Baptist Concord for over 40 years. I too appreciate the time that's been spent. I know I can imagine it because I was involved somewhat in building campaigns and things that we've done over the last several decades. And the rapport with the town of Farragut has always been good. We appreciate that. Just want to say, too, I believe also that moving and closing this entrance before having a relocation of the entrance creates a bigger safety hazard because of the congestion that will be created on the west side. And as I think about the traffic coming into school times and church times from the west in particular, those lines, queue lines, are going to be a great deal increased. So I too believe that increases the risk as opposed to decreasing it. So I would like to say I wholeheartedly support and request your support for timing the closure of Old Bel Air with the completion of the new entrance and new access. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Our next speaker is Neil Kuntz, sorry.
Kuntz, Neil Kuntz. Correct us if it's wrong.
Thank you. My name is Neil Kuntz, and I currently live at 10560 Leadenhall Garden Ways. My wife and I moved to Farragut in 1987. Shortly after that, someone knocked on our door and invited us to First Baptist Concord. Maybe a year later, my life was changed forever because of that invitation and because of what First Baptist Concord has done for our family. So I'm here on behalf of, as a citizen of Farragut, but also as a devoted follower of Christ that happens to call First Baptist Concord my church home. So I almost passed because every time someone came up, they made all the points I had. The one thing that I would like to say is if you look at businesses comparable size to Concord in our community, the idea of closing one of their entrances or egresses for their business, we would all probably think it's foolish if we were talking about Costco or Kroger or someone like that right now. I'm not sure why it becomes an easier topic when we talk about a church. But if we were to go to our neighbors down here at Kroger and tell them we're going to close one of the entrances to their business, and to think that that was not going to have some kind of adverse effect to their traffic flow, to the chances of occurrence of some sort of accident, I think we'd be foolish. So I'm of firm agreement that any closure prematurely of what we're calling the old Bel Air Drive would and could cause a major disruption to traffic patterns and to the safety and welfare of those on our campus every day. So my opinion is that we stick to the time frame that's been recommended. I would say this, Mark Stooksbury's name has been mentioned as well as others at our church that are very competent and capable leaders. If for some reason the mayor or others come back and have a timeline that can be accelerated, I would almost promise you tonight that those folks are going to work with you to do what's right. Not one time have I heard tonight that the church is against any of this. As it's been stated, we're simply talking about the timeline for which it happens. My friend Tom Hale made one of the best statements tonight when he said that a solution would include no burden put on any party that's unreasonable. And I think that's a great summary for tonight. We're not here to try to penalize anyone. The church is not trying to penalize the community in any way. We're trying to serve those through the school, through our church and our other ministries the best we can. And likewise, we hope that the community is not in a position to try to penalize the church for what we're agreeing to do and to move forward. And hopefully the timeline will be something that we can work out, and I would be in favor as it's been submitted. So thank you. And I appreciate each one of you. I know several of you. I know the amount of time that it takes to serve in your positions. Thank you so much for what you do for our city. It makes Farragut a great place to live, and I know all the folks in the room tonight really appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Neil.
Our next speaker is Judy Forrester.
Good evening. My name is Judy Forrester. I live at 11020 Farragut Hills Boulevard, and I am really the newbie. If you're the newbie in town, I'm like 3 years, so I'm brand new. We drove all over Knoxville, and there was no place else that we wanted to live but Farragut. So thank you guys.
What was your address?
11020 Farragut Hills Boulevard.
Okay, thank you.
And there was no place we wanted to live besides Farragut. It is a wonderful community, and all of you guys have done a fabulous job creating that. Mr. White, I'd like to address your comment about trying to come in and out during school time. I come out on Concord Road, so you can imagine what trying to get out on Concord Road at school time is like. It took me like 8 minutes to get out of my street today because of the delay in the weather delay for school, because everybody coming from North Shore and Concord area comes up Concord Road to get to Farragut Intermediate, Farragut Middle, as Farragut High School. So I am very sympathetic to your needs of trying to get out of your community. I am also a member of First Baptist Concord. I love the church, and I am very privileged to go there, and I am here in favor also of delaying the closure of that. I don't want to belabor anything, things that you've already heard, but I've heard a lot about ingress, and ingress disruption if that entrance is closed. But I also want us to consider about egress disruption. People trying to get out. When you have that many people in that small of a space, if we had an emergency situation, heaven forbid we have an emergency situation during the school day. No school wants to ever think of that, but trying to get parents in, we've got 800 children in there. We've got all the staff. We've got the staff of the church. If there's no entrance, if you have to go around the back of the church and then out Farragut Crossing to try and get out in an emergency situation, that could truly be catastrophic. So I did want to bring that up. I hadn't heard much about that part. I'm kind of a nerd and I'm new, so I didn't want to get up and say anything that I didn't have some idea of what I was talking about. And I did find the Planning Commission minutes from March 20 of 2008. And if I do have time, I just wanted to read point 6 on that. It says, access from First Baptist Church of Concord to Kingston Pike from the Old Bel Air Drive is temporary, and that access shall be eliminated at such time when the old building, flat tops A-frame, located immediately to the east of the old sanctuary are demolished. So in the agreement that we had in the ordinance, the Planning Commission, it does say that will happen. So I don't see where it ever says that entrance will be relocated as soon as possible. It says in the Planning Commission minutes that it is temporary and shall be eliminated at such time when the old buildings are demolished. And we are moving forward with the master plan, and it is in line and based on the plan that you have in front of you to demolish that small A-frame building. Just the minute we can get those kids into the new building that you've already approved in the back. So we're trying to get that construction done. We've got to get those kids out of that small A-frame so that can be demolished. The last thing I want to say that I haven't heard anything, I am new to the church. I've been going there for 3 years. Pastor John Mark Harrison and the pastoral group and the leaders that he put in that church are phenomenal. Their heart for this community is true. They care about this community. They love this community. They want to be good neighbors. I'm fortunate to serve on a couple of committees. People of the church love Farragut, and they want to be good neighbors. We are always out in the community trying to help. Our chainsaw group was out in the last few days, helping people who'd lost trees to the latest storm. So we do want to be good neighbors always, whether it's to Bel Air or Farragut Crossing, wherever it is. We are good neighbors and are committed to this community, and we would ask that you not incur the hardship on Farragut Crossing people, the dangers that it would be to close that east entrance immediately until we can move forward with the master plan as is outlined in the Planning Commission meeting from 2008. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Judy.
Our next speaker is David Heatherly.
Hey guys, good afternoon. My name is David Heatherly. I'm at 12811 Stall Drive. Guys, I want to thank you all for this time to be able to hear me. I want to thank you for those of you who responded to the emails that I sent. It means a lot to me. And I think my timing is good because we've covered off on all the legal, we've covered off on all the data points, we've covered off on all the problems that we've been having. So the only thing I want to talk to you to is as a dad. You know, I'm a member of First Baptist Concord, have been there. I've got a passion for the place. Love the people, love the neighbors, love everybody around us. But guys, I'm also got a daughter at Concord Christian School, and she's a junior this year. She's having a wonderful time. And when I started hearing the ideas of closing that one entrance, which doesn't seem like a lot, it panicked me. Because God forbid we have some emergency that comes up. As Mr. Smoke had the building up there, you could see how it would take time to get around or people to access the other road, cross through a fence to get to our schools if our children were in danger. So guys, hear my heart. We can't do that. The church has a plan. We've got a plan that will work. Just give us a little bit of time. But the idea of shutting that entrance down and eliminating an opportunity for our emergency responders to get in there, as a dad, guys, of someone in that school, it scares me to death. And we can talk about putting barricades up and everything, but who's got the key? Who's going to move it? How many minutes are going to be wasted getting through that while our children are in danger? Guys, that's all I have to say because everything else has been said for me. I'm going to leave you with that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Brown.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Brown. I'm a resident of Farragut, 12208 Oakmont Circle. So I'm a resident of Farragut along with my husband and my two children, Troy, and my two children, Nellie, Kate, and Solomon. I'm a member of First Baptist Concord, and my children attend Concord Christian School. So I am here tonight as a concerned mother. Closing the east entrance roadway would limit the ability to first responders, EMS, fire department, and law enforcement vehicles to access that side of the property for emergency situations. So just a few weeks ago, I was taking my daughter to a church activity in the afternoon, and we entered the main entrance. Her activity was on the east entrance side of the campus. But we thought we had to go through the main entrance. But thankfully, we have a wonderful security team now who has actually closed the front entrance, and especially in the afternoons, now that school is not going on. So when we realized, okay, we're not able to get in this way, although your activity is on the east side, I had to go all the way around the building, drive all the way around the back in order to get her on the east side entrance to where she needed to go, which took an extra 5 to 7 minutes. So in thinking about this, I'm thinking about, okay, what could happen if we have an emergency situation? If my son or my daughter is on the east entrance side of that property and no one can get in the east entrance road, it's closed. Or if there's a barricade there, I'm sorry, but I do not want an emergency person to have to, question, how do I get in this entrance? How do I gain entrance into this way in an emergency situation? So my main concern is security. As we are all aware of the school tragedy that occurred in Nashville this year, I cannot imagine a first responder or law enforcement not being able to access the east entrance roadway in case of an emergency of this type. I do not want to imagine the possibility and timeliness of something tragic occurring due to an inability of emergency responders and security personnel, law enforcement, to arrive in a timely manner. This would be absolutely devastating and heartbreaking. So I want to thank you all tonight for your time and consideration with this matter, and I have full faith in your ability to do the right thing for our community and for our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Taylor Forrester.
Good evening, Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee. We've been working at this for several months now. We've been before the Planning Commission, we've been before this board, we've been in work sessions together and trying to come up with plans to resolve this lingering, outstanding closure, full closure of the former Bel Air and the creation of the new access road. We've submitted plans or drawings and had the discussions, submitted timelines, proposed timelines. We've gotten the feedback, and we've made adjustments to those, and we've tightened that window each time. We've shown new construction plans, new proposed drawings based on this board's recommendations and suggestions. We're here tonight on the issue of the closure, and the ability to close is, as Mr. Hale has stated, you do have this ordinance, section 22-151, which gives this board the authority and permits it to close driveways. But in order to do that, it has to show that there is some threat to the safety and welfare of the public. I did a records request, public records request, had to go through multiple departments, Knox County 911, finally got through with the Tennessee Department of Homeland and Security on trying to find accident reports for this section. And so the section that I searched was between the Federal Boulevard or Federal Drive, Kingston Pike intersection, all the way to Glen Abbey Road. That covers the whole entire and plus some frontage of First Baptist Concord. Did a 5-year search, submitted that, I believe, either in June. After compiled the records, and there were several records, over a 5-year period, there was only one motor vehicle accident in and or around Bel Air Drive. Most of them had to do with westbound traffic towards that Federal Kingston Pike intersection. I did hear about an accident that happened last week. I don't have a lot of information about it, but my understanding was that it was someone traveling westbound and attempting to turn into the new Bel Air Drive and maybe kind of overshot the turn or overestimated the turn, which would not have anything to do with the current temporary access as being some type of hindrance or problem or causing any association to that collision. So, Tom, do you have those records? Were you able to? We'd ask.
I don't have them with me.
Okay, we'd ask to be able to submit those as a late filed exhibit, so the board can have them within their record. But again, going back to that, under that ordinance, there has to be some threat or safety to the public in order to justify that closure. We submit that that the board has to establish that proof and that fact and evidence, and that it doesn't exist. In fact, it's to the contrary. One motor vehicle collision, or now two, over a 5-year period would seem to be nominal. I'd be hard pressed to find that any other access point didn't have 1 to 2 or more. And if that's the standard to be applied, then everything gets closed. There is no more access driveways. Again, we think the plan, the timeline is a fair proposal. When you think about going through, getting full plans prepared, going through the Planning Commission approval, getting permitting, where we are in this year, you're coming up out of construction season by the time you even got all your plans and everything permitted. So looking at starting next year, again, this may be able to get constructed faster, and we have that December 31st, 2024 as an outside date. Whenever they commence construction, after school's dismissed, and again, reference no later than July 1st, it is every bit their interest to complete that construction as soon as possible, especially if they could do it before school comes back into session, or if it takes a little longer, then, as soon as possible. So I guess a proposal would be, the earlier of either the new driveway to be completed and the town or the permitting issuing, I don't know if they issue a CO for a new driveway access, or December 31st, 2024. So the earlier of those to occur would be acceptable.
Taylor, you have extended time because you're actually the representative for First Baptist.
Okay.
You're not one of the citizen speakers, so.
Okay,
you are
I've concluded. So, again, we'd ask that any resolution that's passed here tonight on the closure, that be extended out to the earlier to occur, either the CO of final approval, completed driveway, new access, everything's approved, stamped approval, we're open, or December 31st, 2024. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Mary Ellen Brannon.
I'm sorry, I thought Taylor was the last one. That was because he is their representative.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Mary Ellen Brannon. I live at 212 Battery Hill Circle in Farragut Crossing. I'm going to recycle some comments that some of you may have already heard at some previous meetings. But almost anyone who lives in Bel Air, Shiloh, Glen Abbey, Derby Chase, or the surrounding area has heard witnessed, or experienced vehicle accidents and near misses that occur in the danger zone between Bel Air Drive and the First Baptist Concord curb cut, or what was old Bel Air Drive. In 2021, the Knoxville Regional Transportation Planning Organization did a traffic count study for Kingston Pike at Jamestown Boulevard. This monitoring point is only a couple of blocks east of Bel Air Drive and the FBC curb cut. In 2021, the average daily total traffic count for that monitoring location was almost 30,000 vehicles per day. That was in 2021. It's a pretty safe bet that the volume of traffic today is even higher. When Bel Air Drive was relocated in 2008, rather than closing the old Bel Air Drive curb cut as agreed, FBC simply expropriated the old Bel Air Drive curb cut and made it into a 3-lane entrance/exit for their own private use. This means that between the new Bel Air Drive and the old Bel Air Drive curb cut, there are 6 lanes of traffic feeding onto or off of Kingston Pike within a space of roughly 200 feet. Moreover, these 6 lanes are feeding in and out of the 30,000 plus average daily traffic count. The center turn lane on Kingston Pike at this location has been turned into a combination merge lane as well as a turn lane, both east and west. It's an incredibly dangerous combination. I'd like to read a quote from TDOT from their manual for driveway entrances, section 1.3. Every access point constructed on the state highway system increases the crash risk. The cumulative impact of closely spaced access points over time is one of the largest contributors to high crash rates and congestion on state highways. By creating their own private entrance into a major highway, FBC CCS has created an exceedingly unsafe intersection at Kingston Pike and the old Bel Air Drive curb cut. In reviewing the correspondence from the MPC meetings from 2008, it's clear that the original intent by the town of Farragut was to close the old Bel Air Drive curb cut once the new Bel Air Drive was completed. Doing so at that time would have eliminated the safety issues we now experience on a daily basis. Tonight, we're asking you to set a reasonably aggressive time frame for the closing of the old Bel Air Drive curb cut. We're asking you to remedy the day-to-day danger that exists by permanently closing this curb cut as originally agreed. This situation really should not be ignored. We thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Taylor, you want to come back up to the microphone, please, as a representative for Okay, now, as a alderman, I'll ask Alderman White. He give us his opinion as a citizen to start with earlier, prior to any of the rest of the citizens, which I allowed that as him being a citizen. Now I allowed as you being a alderman to start your time.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, then I don't want sir to speak harshly of you, but you made a slight mistake in saying it was town's responsibility to prove that there's a safety hazard on in lieu of 22-151. And if I might read you this part, you might have missed it, or Mr. Hale didn't coach you well enough or something.
I'm aware of what you're about to read.
Yeah, but what you said to the people here, they haven't heard this. Any party, that would be you and the church, aggrieved by any action taken under this provision of the section shall have the burden of establishing that such action does not promote the safety and welfare. So the burden's not on us to prove there's a big safety hazard. The burden's on you to prove there's not. It's clear in that. I guess you just didn't understand that totally. But hey, as a citizen, I live there. I respect the church. Hey, I don't go to church there, but I've lived here for 70 years. I know all about the church. I know all about the property. I used to play touch football on y'all's lawn when the original church was there on Saturdays. I mean, the 70 years I've been here. I respect you people, but I don't respect the fact that you want to continue to break the law, and it's okay. Let me tell you, you do not have a DOT permit. Does not exist. The DOT permit for Old Bel Air Drive was eliminated when New Bel Air Drive applied for a permit. So it's totally against the Tennessee state law. You do not have a permit. You do not own the property. The town of Farragut still owns and has owned the right-of-way. So you're not supposed to be there because it's not your right-of-way. And you continue to say, well, hey, I mean, it's good for us, and it's a lot more convenient, and we can get in and out. So, okay, violate the law is okay. You know, violate the ordinances. We don't care. This benefits us. So we don't care what y'all think about the time. You know, make it 2010 for all y'all care, because you don't care about anything else except yourselves. To me,
Mayor, this is the second time that he's been allowed to have discussion, and I haven't had any discussion.
We don't have
She's
a
not had any
motion.
discussion.
Like, we need a motion and we need to get.
Oh, no, we don't.
We need to talk
No, we don't. We've got to discuss it.
Okay.
David has covered it twice, so please conclude.
okay. I've said all I want to say as a private citizen. Now I stay as an alderman. And I had a motion prepared early. I'll just be to admit with you, because I don't really care what y'all think. But I had a motion to close this immediately because of the law. I'm a stickler for the code. If you ever know anything about me, that'll be the biggest complaint you have. And this is a code. Whatever happened before, whatever everybody says, makes no difference. Because if this board decided there's a safety hazard, then it's over. It don't matter. Y'all's comments were good. I appreciated them, and I respected a lot of them. But they made no difference. If I could have got this motion on the floor, which I didn't, none of that makes any difference. Because if it was determined a safety hazard, we had the right to close it. This board does. And Tom Hell has said that in the past. He was reluctant to say it tonight because there's so many of you here that he wanted to impress. But
Okay.
That's the
Okay,
real
David.
thing.
Enough of the insulting of everybody.
Yeah, we're getting
Don't
it.
interrupt me, Miss Mayor. I had the floor.
We're getting into name calling, and I prefer not to.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. You can have the floor back. I'm done.
Okay. We'll move on to Alderman Meyer.
So, obviously, this is an emotional topic for those from the church as well as from Bel Air. And so I want to start off first off by thanking all of the folks who sent us emails regarding this topic. They were very respectful, they were very logical, and typically we don't get that, right? So it was refreshing to have logical, respectful emails arguing a point. I think as a former Concord Christian School parent who actually taught his daughters how to drive in this parking lot, and I don't blame the church for their driving abilities. But I've had my daughters drive in and out of that drive multiple times, the old Bel Air Drive. And so while I think there's safety issues all along Kingston Pike, I don't see any significant safety issues in this particular section that's any greater than in any other part of Kingston Pike. I think that common sense needs to prevail. I think that every party at the table tonight wants to have the entrance relocated. So we all have that in common. I think we need to celebrate that. I think I have a difference of opinion from Alderman White. I think it's common sense that going from 3 exits to 2 exits will create unnecessary and excessive traffic congestion and will increase safety risks for Farragut Crossing as well as Summit Medical Group, which actually has a large, thriving clinic right on the corner. And so I'm concerned about that. And I don't think that going from 3 exits to 2 exits is a solution in this fashion. So I yield the floor.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
It's unacceptable to call people names because you don't like what they've said. That's unacceptable, and it shouldn't happen at the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Moving on. The immediate closure of this access point would create chaos, and the unintended consequences of the immediate closure without a traffic study to understand those consequences is incredibly irresponsible for a Board of Aldermen to turn around and say, we're just going to close it. We don't know what the impact is. We have no idea what it's going to do to the people that live in Farragut Crossing, that's incredibly irresponsible, and I will not support it. I think what has been proposed as a plan is reasonable. This was handled in 2008. It evolved. It's gotten forgotten. It's now in our purview or our charge, and temporary seems like December 31st of 2024 seems temporary to me. The only way I would ever consider closing that access off immediately is for an access to be permitted on New Bel Air Drive, and I know that is completely unacceptable to the Bel Air Drive residents, and I understand why, so I wouldn't even propose it. Having said that, I'm fine with the proposal, the timeframe that they've proposed.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Along with Vice Mayor, I realize this is a very sensitive topic for many who live around the Bel Air area. I know the Farragut Preservation Partnership, Bel Air residents, and church have been looking for solutions on what to do with the east entrance, as well as a timeline for when it can be completed for some time. The relocation of the east entrance is something that First Baptist Concord committed to a number of years ago. Regardless of safety, regardless of anything else we can talk about, the church committed to that. That's very, very important. The staff that was involved in that commitment is gone. Even though the current church administration was not at the church when the original agreements were made, I am very pleased to see the current pastor and administration step up and put a firm proposal in front of us to relocate this entrance in a timely manner. In my opinion, the discussion of this proposal should be centered around doing the right thing for Bel Air, the church, and the residents of the community. One of the discussions about this entrance about an emergency closure, I am 100% adamantly against an emergency closure. An immediate emergency closure would cause many more issues to the surrounding community than it would alleviating current issues. An immediate closure on the east entrance would not solve safety concerns. It would merely relocate the safety concerns to the west entrance that's shared by Farragut Crossing. It'd make that area a traffic nightmare that would negatively affect the neighborhood, the intersection, the school, and the surrounding businesses. Along with overburdening the west entrance, as we've talked about many times, the emergency closure would limit the ability of first responders, which is a very, very big issue. It simply does not make sense to consider an immediate closure, given the willingness of the church to put forward a plan to relocate the road in a timely manner. The current church administration's proposal to start the project in less than a year shows that the church is committed to making this situation right for Bel Air and the surrounding residents. Had the church come to the town and to the Bel Air neighbors with an unreasonable plan and an unreasonable timeline, I believe this conversation would be very, very different. However, I'm very pleased to see the plan put forth by Mark Stooksbury. I'm pleased with the timing of their plan, and I believe if we stick to that it'll be a win-win for everybody involved. So I'm in favor of the relocation plan and the timing. But Mayor, at this time, would it be okay if I put forward a motion?
Well, if you don't want me to speak, I would go ahead and...
Your comments were made earlier, but I thought those were your...
No, this had to do with the other item, but afterwards, then we can have any sort of motions that you want to make, and then we can see if there's a second, and we can vote on it accordingly. So, does that answer your question? Okay, great. My concern is that I think it does need to be open while they construct a new road. The new road is necessary for the to do what needs to be done as far as moving the traffic in and out of that campus. It's a growing campus. It does need to have the entrance there at Rustgate. I would like to, in the future, to petition TDOT to put a light there, traffic light there, and a crosswalk. I think it's very much needed. It would actually allow the traffic at Bel Air and Shiloh and all down through there a better chance of getting in and out because there would be a break. You really don't understand what that'll do for you until you have it, and that's my case. I live in Sugarwood. What happened was they put a light at Virtue Road. It was impossible for us to get out of our neighborhood and turn left during high traffic loads. But as soon as they put that light right there at Virtue, then that gave us a break to where we could get out and turn left, to where the incoming traffic did not hinder us from getting out. So I think it would be that kind of a solution that would help not only Bel Air, but it would also help the third entrance that the church has, and that there would be a light there at Federal and then a light there at the Rustgate location. So that right there is what I am looking for. My concern is I don't want this to get into a situation to where the work is not done and then we're getting into December and the paving companies are closed and we don't have a road paved. So to me, that particular timeline is unacceptable. I would like to see a sooner date. I think the moving can start just as soon as school's out, not wait to July, but just as soon as school's out. And it could, would like to see it conclude a lot sooner than the December, because if you get into December, all the paving plants are shut down and there's no asphalt. So it's not unusual for things to be given a certain date, and then if something happens, if it rains or something to that effect happens to where it pushes the construction back, it's always easy to come back and ask for an extension due to circumstances. And that's what I've got to say. So,
Can we make a motion, please?
Sure. I'd be happy to.
You go right ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I think Drew wanted to make a motion.
I'm thrilled for him to make a motion.
I do.
I'm sure we all are.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the closure of the east temporary access from First Baptist Concord to Kingston Pike on December 31st, 2024, or the date at which the town of Farragut approves the newly constructed access across from Rustgate Boulevard.
Second.
Okay, so you're adding the approval
Yes.
to the,
Yeah, as the or.
okay.
In my discussions with the administration in the last week, their desire is to get it finished fast. They would love to have that thing done in October, November. It is not ideal to push to wait or delay to December. So their every desire is to complete it as fast as possible, even use during the school year next year. But rain, supplies, supply chain, all that concern is why I say, man, we're on the 10-yard line headed into school. Let's I'm worried about trying to push that too much and then things out of our control. And I do hear what you say. We're very much understanding and reasonable people most of the time, and we would accept reapproaching us to ask for a timeline. But to be completely transparent, you know, this is a very, very sensitive topic with a neighborhood that has dealt with the church for many, many years, and so I don't want y'all coming back asking for a delay. That puts us in a tough spot with the residents as well as with Bel Air.
I agree.
It's just my thoughts.
Well, I seconded it, so.
Could I get a little clarification on what you're,
Okay, Mr. Hale, you got the floor.
when you say approval of the access across from Rustgate, are you talking about the approval of the final construction of the
Yes.
access?
The as-built.
And you're saying also that whichever of those dates comes first is when
Correct.
the temporary access would be closed.
The 31st, it's closed. If they finish earlier, it'll be relocated earlier.
Okay. So if they can build that road by 1st of September.
Yep.
And get it approved as constructed, then that would be the date. Okay.
Has the town recorder got this written down?
Yes.
That was a very,
It's
yeah,
there.
that was.
I knew he had it written down.
So can I ask a question about the motion also? So if, let's say, you know, the supply chain issues that we have as a nation are still bearing down on us, and for whatever reason, the December 31st deadline can't be met, or with this motion, does that mean that the old Bel Air is closed, period, even if the other one's not constructed? Because I don't support that. I really think that we need to have 3 entrances at all times. And what I'm worried about is if, you know, and I wish that we didn't have supply chain issues, but we do. And so tying into that particular date concerns me, where if we just worded the motion that the old Bel Air Drive will be closed as soon as the new location is opened, that helps us. I think that's a hedge for us from having any kind of delays, because, you know, we all want December 31st, right? We all want October 1st or whatever, but there could be a delay, and I'm very concerned that there will be safety issues if the third entrance is taken away at any point in time. It's going to impact Farragut Crossing. It's going to impact Summit Medical Group. It's going to impact the patients going into that building because I know them. So I would like to can we just think about that for a second before we?
The suggestion was made that if circumstances arose that warranted it, there could be an extension obtained.
Yeah, we do
Okay.
that.
And I think the one good thing about this world, we hadn't quite yet lost the value of good judgment. We're going to have to use good judgment here. If we get down to a point where it's impossible and it's a legitimate reason, then there can always be an extension obtained.
That's
But
fine.
I think the one reason about having a deadline is that it keeps everybody focused on trying to meet the deadline. And if we didn't have a deadline, then that's sort of why we're here, actually.
Turns into 15 years later.
The church is agreeable to that, and recognizing if some unforeseen occurred, you know, we'd be back here in December.
I'm comfortable with an extension if we have to. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Drew, you completed your motion?
Completed the motion, Mayor.
Okay. And it's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Can you please give us a roll call vote, please?
Kim. Alderman Burnett.
Yes.
Alderman Meyer.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Povlin.
Yes.
Alderman White.
No.
Mayor Williams.
Mayor Williams, yes. Okay. Let the record show that the motion has been crafted and approved 4-1. Okay, next will be the town administrator's report.
Thank you, and the Vice Mayor said eloquently just the great work that our team did this past week with not just the issues with the wind damage that occurred on Monday, but also we had a water line issue last Thursday that happened, and fortunately we had a little expertise with that with a water line that happened a couple years ago on July 4th. So this year we were able to get that knocked out fairly quickly, and we also received FUD's help with that. So I'd just like to say thanks to FUD for helping us with an 8-inch water line that busted right here in our parking lot. So with that, that's all I have to report tonight.
Town Attorney, do you have anything to report?
Well, I know you all would like to have an executive session, but we will not have one tonight. I
Okay,
have no
great.
report.
The citizens' comments, do we have anyone signed
We do
up?
not.
If that's the case, then the time is approximately, 8 o'clock. And without objection, August 10th, 2023, Farragut Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting is now adjourned.